Good evening, Potterheads, and welcome back. Tonight we're going to sit with the story of a difficult man, a man most people for most of his life were quite certain they understood. A man dressed always in black, with a sharp tongue and a sharper glare, who seemed to have no warmth in him at all. You know his name, Severus Snape, and here is the thing about Severus Snape. For nearly the whole of his story, almost everyone who met him judged him wrongly. They saw the surface, the coldness, the cruelty, the sneer, and they assumed that was all there was. They had no idea what was underneath, the grief he carried, the love he never spoke of, the quiet, lonely, decades-long sacrifice that no one would understand until it was far too late to thank him for it. Tonight we are going to sit with the story of a difficult man, a man most people for most of his life were quite certain they understood. Cold, cruel, bitter, a man dressed always in black with a sharper glare who seemed to have no warmth in him at all. You know his name, Severus Snape. Get comfortable. There's no hurry. This is a sad story, but a beautiful one, and it deserves to be told slowly. And if you find comfort in these quiet journeys through the wizarding world, consider subscribing so you'll always have somewhere calm to return to when sleep won't come. That's all I'll ask of you tonight. We begin in a place without much magic at all, a grey town, a grim street, and a lonely little boy. Our story begins in a place the wizarding world would never think to look. Not a grand manor, not an ancient magical family with a long and proud name, but a poor industrial town in the shadow of a dead factory on a street called Spinner's End. It was a grim place. Rows of identical brick houses pressed shoulder to shoulder, a dirty river winding past, a tall mill chimney that hadn't smoked in years standing over it all like a tombstone. The kind of forgotten corner of the world where nothing magical was ever supposed to happen, where the days were grey and the nights were greyer. And it was here, in one of those narrow little houses, behind one of those identical doors, that a boy named Severus was born. His childhood was not a happy one. His mother was a witch, a woman named Eileen, who had once belonged to the magical world, and who had given it up to marry an ordinary man. A man with no magic in him at all, and it did not go well, that marriage. The house on Spinner's End was a cold one, full of shouting, full of long silences that were somehow worse than the shouting, full of quarrels between two people who had perhaps never understood each other to begin with. The boy grew up in the middle of all that, small and watchful and quiet, a child who learned very early how to make himself unnoticed, how to slip out of a room before the voices rose, how to keep his own company. When you grow up in a house like that, you learn to live a great deal inside your own head, and Severus did. He became a watchful, secretive, inward sort of child, the kind who sees far more than he says. And he was lonely outside the house too. He was an odd-looking boy, if we're honest, thin and pale, with a heavy curtain of black hair that fell into his eyes, and clothes that never quite fit him, cast-offs and hand-me-downs, mismatched, a little too big or a little too worn, the clothes of a family with no money to spare. The other children in the town noticed all of it. Children always do, and they were not kind about it. So between the cold house and the cruel street, the boy had very little softness in his life at all. But he had one thing, one precious, secret thing that made all the rest of it bearable. He had magic. He could feel it stirring inside him, even as a small child, strange and wonderful and entirely his own. A secret that set him apart from the grey town and the grey life and the grey people who didn't understand him. While other boys his age knew nothing but the factory and the river, Severus knew that there was another world out there, a hidden one, a better one. His mother had told him about it, about a castle far to the north, and a school of magic, and a place where a boy like him might finally belong. He clung to that, the way a lonely child clings to anything that makes them feel special, makes them feel chosen. The thought of that castle was the warmest thing in his whole cold world, and he longed more than anything for the day he could leave Spinner's End behind for good and step into the place where he truly belonged. And then, One ordinary day, near a little playground by the river, in the scrubby green at the edge of that grim town, he saw her, a girl about his own age, with dark red hair and bright eyes, and she was doing something impossible, something magical, laughing as she did it, the way only a child who doesn't yet know to be afraid of their own gift can laugh. Another child like him, the only other one he had ever seen in his life. After all those lonely years of being the strange boy who felt things no one else felt, here at last was someone the same. Her name was Lily, and from the moment he first saw her, the entire course of Severus Snape's life was set, for better and for so much worse. For a lonely boy who had never quite belonged anywhere, Lily was everything. She was kind, in a way that the people in his life mostly weren't. She was bright and warm and unafraid, and when she looked at him, she didn't see the odd clothes or the strange pale boy the other children mocked. She saw someone like herself, someone who could do the impossible things she could do. For the first time in his short life, Severus had a friend, a real one, and not just any friend, the one person in all the world who understood the secret at the center of who he was. They spent that summer together and the summers after in the long grass by the river, away from both their homes. And Severus, who knew so much more about the magical world than she did, became her guide to it. He told her everything, about the castle in the north, about the school and the houses and the strange and wonderful things that waited for them there, about what they were, witch and wizard, and what that meant. You can imagine what those afternoons meant to him. To finally have someone to share his secret with. To be, for once, not the strange boy to be avoided, but the one who knew things, the one with something precious to offer. Lily gave him that. She gave him a place to belong, long before Hogwarts ever did. And somewhere in those summers by the river, without quite realizing it, the lonely boy fell in love with her. Quietly, completely, and for the rest of his life. But even then, in those early happy days, there were shadows. Lily had a sister, an ordinary girl with no magic at all, and the sister did not like Severus, and did not like the strange things the two of them could do. She was frightened of it, and frightened people can be cruel, and there was a coldness there that would only deepen with the years. It was a small thing then, a childhood quarrel, but it was the first crack, the first sign that the magical world and the ordinary one did not always sit easily side by side, and that loving someone did not always mean keeping them. And there was another shadow, closer to home, because the world Severus came from, the cold house, the unhappy marriage, the poverty, the loneliness, it had left marks on him. He was drawn, even young, to the darker and stranger corners of magic, fascinated by them in a way that troubled Lily when she noticed it. Where she was warm and open, he could be secretive and resentful. Where she forgave, he held on to slights. They were, in truth, very different children, but the bond between them was real and deep, and for a while, those differences didn't seem to matter at all, because they had a shared dream, the two of them. Hogwarts, the castle, the day the letters would come and carry them away from that grey town and into the world where they both belonged, together. For years, that was the thing they waited for, the promise that kept them going. And at last, the day came. The letters arrived, and two children from an ordinary northern town, a red-haired girl and a pale, watchful boy who loved her, boarded a scarlet train, side by side, and set off toward the only place either of them had ever truly wanted to be. But the castle, for all its magic, was about to do something neither of them expected. It was about to begin pulling them apart. They came to the castle together. But almost from the first night, the castle began to separate them. You'll know how new students are sorted, placed, each of them, into one of 4 houses, each with its own character, its own kind of person. And when Severus and Lily were sorted, they went to different houses. She to one known for bravery and warmth, he to one known for ambition and cunning, and, by then, for something darker too, a reputation, fair or not, as the house that turned out more than its share of those who went wrong. It seems a small thing perhaps, just a sorting, just a different table at dinner, a different common room at night. But it mattered more than either of them understood at the time. because the two houses did not love each other. There was an old rivalry between them, generations deep, and a student in one was not expected to be friends with a student in the other. From their very first night at the school that was supposed to bring them together, Severus and Lily found themselves on opposite sides of an invisible line, and the people around them began to pull, each in their own direction. Lily made friends easily. She always had. Warm, well-liked, drawn to other warm and well-liked people. Severus did not make friends easily. He never had. But he found his place, in time, among the ambitious and the clever, and, increasingly, among a particular set of students. Older ones, some of them, from proud old families, who were already drawn to the darker arts and the uglier ideas that came with them. Ideas about blood, about who truly belonged in the magical world and who did not. It's worth pausing on that, because it's one of the great sad ironies of his whole story. Lily, the person he loved most in all the world, was exactly the sort of person those new friends of his looked down upon. Born to ordinary, non-magical parents. Muggle-born, the very thing the people he was falling in with believed made a witch or wizard lesser. Severus wanted both. He wanted Lily, and he wanted the approval and belonging of a crowd that despised everything she was. And you cannot, in the end, hold on to two things that pull so hard against each other. Sooner or later, you have to choose. But he didn't see that, not yet. He told himself he could keep both. He stayed loyal to Lily, in his way. They remained friends, through those early years, despite the houses, despite the growing distance. They still met, they still talked. The bond was still there, but it was fraying, slowly, a little more each year. Every dark idea he didn't argue against, every cruel friend he didn't turn away from, every time he chose the approval of that crowd over the values she held dear. And there was something else fraying him too. Because Severus, at school, became a target. There was a group of boys, popular, talented, arrogant in the careless way that popular, talented boys often are, who decided, early, that they did not like him, and they made his life miserable for it. They bullied him, humiliated him, sometimes in front of the whole school. And one of those boys, the ringleader, the one whose cruelty cut the deepest, was a boy named James. A boy who, as the years went on, began to look at Lily the way Severus had always looked at her. So picture the trap closing around him. The girl he loved, drifting toward the boy who tormented him. The friends who offered him belonging, but only at the cost of everything she stood for. The bullying that hardened him, year by year, into someone angrier and colder and more bitter than the lonely, hopeful boy who had once sat in the long grass by the river. He was being pulled apart, and it was all building, slowly and surely, toward a single terrible moment. One sentence, spoken in anger and humiliation, that he could never, ever take back. It happened in their 5th year, and like so many of the worst moments in life, it came not from an enemy, but from a moment of helpless humiliation. The day was an ordinary one, near the end of exams, with the whole school out in the sun, and the group of boys who had tormented Severus for years found him alone, and they decided for no real reason at all, for sport, for an audience, to humiliate him, publicly, cruelly, in front of a crowd of laughing students. It was the kind of casual, careless cruelty that the popular inflict on the unpopular, and it was made all the worse because there was nothing he could do to stop it. And then Lily came. She saw what was happening, and she did what she had always done. She stood up for him. She told them to stop. She defended him, in front of everyone, against the very boy who was beginning to win her heart. And here is the tragedy of it. In that moment, humiliated, furious, helpless, his pride in ruins in front of the whole school, and the girl he loved seeing him at his very lowest, something in Severus snapped, and he lashed out at the one person who had come to save him. He turned on Lily, and he called her a terrible name, the ugliest word in his new friend's vocabulary, the cruel slur they used for someone born to ordinary parents, the very thing she was. He threw it at her like a weapon. He didn't mean it the way it landed, not really. It was the blind, flailing lash of a cornered, humiliated boy striking out at anything within reach. But it didn't matter that he didn't mean it. Some words, once spoken, cannot be unspoken. And that word from him, of all people, from the boy who had loved her since they were children, who knew exactly what that slur meant and exactly who used it, that word broke something that could never be put back together, because it told her the truth. Not about a single bad moment, but about where he was heading, about the crowd he had chosen, and the ideas he had let into his heart, and the person he was slowly becoming. She had watched him drift toward the darkness for years, and forgiven it, and hoped he would turn back, and in that one word, she finally understood that he wasn't going to. He tried to take it back. Of course he did. He waited outside her common room. He apologized, desperately, the way you apologize when you know you've broken the most precious thing you own. But she had made up her mind. She forgave him the word, perhaps, but she could not forgive the path. She told him, gently and finally, that they had chosen different ways, the two of them, that he had chosen his friends and his ideas and his darkness, and that she could not follow him there. And that was the end of the one true friendship of his life, the end of the long grass by the river and the shared secret, and the only warmth the lonely boy from Spinner's End had ever really known. He lost her, not to death, not yet, but to his own choices, his own pride, his own slow surrender to the worst voices around him. He would spend the rest of his life trying to make up for that single moment, but he would never get her back, and without her, without the one person who had ever pulled him toward the light, there was nothing left to stop him falling the rest of the way into the dark. After he lost Lily, Severus stopped fighting the pull of the dark. There was nothing left to pull him the other way. The crowd he had drifted toward through his school years was no ordinary clique. They were the followers in waiting of a rising darkness, young witches and wizards drawn to a movement built on cruelty and the poisonous belief that some people were born better than others. And at the head of that movement was a wizard whose name the world would soon be too frightened to speak. A wizard gathering power and gathering followers and promising the ambitious and the bitter and the lost exactly the kind of belonging that a boy like Severus had craved his whole life. You can see how it happened. He was brilliant, extraordinarily so, especially in the darker and subtler branches of magic. He was talented, ambitious, and aching to matter, to be seen, to be valued. And here was a cause that offered him all of it: power, purpose, a place among people who admired his gifts instead of mocking his clothes. For a young man who had spent his whole life on the outside, the temptation was enormous. And with Lily gone, the last voice that might have said, "Don't," was silent. So he joined them. He became one of the Dark Wizard's followers, one of the feared and the marked, servants of a cause that brought terror to the whole magical world. It is the lowest point of his story, and there's no softening it. He chose that side. He gave his gifts to it. Whatever pain had shaped him, whatever loneliness had pushed him there, the choice was still his, and it was a terrible one. And then came the moment that would define the rest of his life, though he had no idea when it happened what he was setting in motion. In his service to the Dark Wizard, Severus overheard something. A fragment of a prophecy, a handful of words foretelling the birth of a child who might one day have the power to bring the Dark Lord down. Severus carried that fragment back to his master, the way a loyal follower would. He didn't know who the child would be. He didn't know what it would mean. He was simply doing what he had chosen to do, serving the darkness, passing along a useful secret, climbing in the ranks of people who finally valued him. But the Dark Lord heard those words, and he decided who the prophecy meant. He decided the child was a baby boy, not yet born, the son of two people who had defied him, and the mother of that boy, the woman the Dark Lord now marked for death because of the secret Severus had carried to him, was Lily. Imagine the horror of that, the realization crashing down on him, that the careless service he had given to his master had just signed the death warrant of the only person he had ever loved, that his own choices, his own ambition, his own darkness had circled all the way back around and aimed themselves at her. The thing he had done to belong was about to destroy the one person he would have given anything to keep. And in that moment, something in Severus Snape changed forever. The man who had chosen the wrong side his whole life was about to make one desperate, frantic attempt to undo it, to save her, whatever it cost him. It was already, almost certainly, too late. But he would try, and the trying would remake him into someone entirely new. What Severus did next was the bravest and most desperate thing he had ever done, and it meant betraying everything he had just sworn himself to. He went to the one man powerful enough to protect Lily, the great wizard who stood at the head of everyone fighting against the darkness, the headmaster of the school where Severus had once been a lonely, hopeful boy. He went to him in secret, in the dead of night, and he begged. He begged for Lily's life. He pleaded for her to be hidden, protected, kept safe from the very master Severus himself had served. And the old wizard, who missed nothing, looked at this young follower of the darkness weeping before him, and asked the question that cut to the heart of it. What about the others? The prophecy had named a family, a husband, a child. Was Severus asking him to save only the woman and let the rest die? And in his anguish and his shame, Severus could barely answer, because the truth was, in that moment, he cared only for her. He would have let the whole world burn to keep Lily alive. The old wizard was disgusted by that, and said so. But he saw something else there too, something he could use, and something that might, just might, be the beginning of a man's redemption. He told Severus that he would protect them, all of them, as best he could. But he asked something in return. He asked Severus to change, to turn against the master he had served, to become something far more dangerous and far more lonely than a simple follower of the dark. He asked him to become a spy, and Severus agreed. Of course he agreed. He would have agreed to anything. In that one night he turned his entire life inside out, abandoned the cause he had given himself to, and pledged himself instead to the side he had spent years opposing, all for the faint hope of keeping one woman alive, not out of any noble love of goodness, not because he had suddenly seen the light, but for her, always and only for her. But here is the cruelty of this story. It was already too late. The wheels were turning, the Dark Lord was hunting, and all the protection in the world could not quite close fast enough around the little family in hiding. On a cold night near the end of October, the Dark Wizard found them, and he killed them. He killed Lily, the woman Severus had loved since they were children by the river, the woman he had betrayed without meaning to, and then moved heaven and earth to try to save. She died that night, died in the end, protecting her infant son who somehow, impossibly, survived. When Severus learned that she was gone, it broke him completely. Whatever was left of the lonely boy from Spinner's End shattered in that moment and never fully mended. The thing he had feared most in all the world had come to pass, and it was, at least in part, his own doing, his own ambition, his own choices, his own careless service to a monster. He had helped to kill the only person he had ever loved. That grief, that unbearable, unforgivable grief, became the engine of the rest of his life. He had nothing left now, no Lily, no cause he believed in, nothing but the wreckage of his own choices, and a guilt so heavy it would have crushed most men entirely. But the old wizard gave him one thing to hold on to, one reason to keep living, because Lily's son had survived, a small boy with his mother's eyes, and Severus, broken, grieving, hollowed out, made a vow in the ruins of everything that he would protect that child, always, for her, no matter what it cost him, and no matter that the boy would never know, and no matter that he would have to hide it behind coldness and cruelty for the rest of his days. It was the beginning of the loneliest, bravest, most thankless chapter of his entire life. And we'll come to it, to the long years of the double life, and the secret he carried to the very end, a little further down this quiet road. For a little while, after Lily died, the danger seemed to pass. The Dark Lord was gone, defeated, vanished, undone on the very night he killed her, broken by the protection her love had left around her son. And so the world breathed again. The terror lifted, and Severus, who had pledged himself to spy against a master who no longer seemed to exist, was left in a strange and lonely place. He took a post at the school. He became a teacher there, of potions, the subtle art he had always excelled at. And to almost everyone who met him in those years, he was simply a cold, sour, intimidating man. Sharp-tongued, unfair, often, quick to wound, slow to praise, dressed always in black, sweeping through the corridors like a bad mood given form. The students feared him. The other teachers found him difficult. And none of them had the faintest idea what was underneath. Because underneath, Severus Snape was grieving. Every single day, he had built his whole life around a love he could never speak of, a guilt he could never confess, and a vow he could never explain to anyone. The coldness was a wall. The cruelty was armor. He kept the world at arm's length because the world had only ever hurt him, and because letting anyone close would mean letting them see the wound he carried, which had never once stopped bleeding. Only one person knew the truth, the old headmaster, the man who had asked him to change that night long ago. The two of them shared a secret partnership that no one else could see. The headmaster knew what Severus had done, and what he had lost, and what he had vowed, and he trusted him, trusted this difficult, bitter, broken man, in a way that almost no one else ever would. It was a strange and prickly bond between them, full of old arguments and unspoken things, but it was real, and it held. And then, slowly, over the years, the thing they had both quietly feared began to come true. Whispers, signs, the faint, creeping evidence that the Dark Lord was not gone after all, only diminished, only waiting, biding his time somewhere in the shadows, gathering the strength to return. And Severus understood, with a sinking heart, what that meant. It meant his work was not finished. It meant the spy who had thought his war was over would have to take up his terrible double life once again. Because when the Dark Lord returned, and he would, Severus would have to go back into the heart of the darkness, back among the followers he had betrayed, pretending to be one of them still, pretending he had never turned, pretending his loyalty had never wavered. He would have to look the most dangerous wizard in the world in the eye, and lie to him, over and over for years, knowing that a single slip, a single crack in the mask, would mean an instant and certain death. It is almost impossible to imagine the nerve that took, to live every day as two people, to wear one face for the side he truly served, and another for the side that would kill him without hesitation if they ever guessed the truth. To be trusted by no one fully, suspected by both sides, loved by none, and to do it all in secret, with no reward, no recognition, no thanks, for the sake of a woman long dead and a boy who would grow up hating him. That was the life Severus Snape chose, not the easy darkness he had fallen into as a young man, but something far harder, a quiet, hidden, endless courage that no one around him would ever see. And as the years passed and the Dark Lord's shadow grew, the cost of that courage would only climb higher. For the boy with his mother's eyes was about to arrive at the school, and Severus would have to begin the strangest part of his vow, protecting, in secret, a child he could barely stand to look at. When Lily's son arrived at the school, Severus was confronted, every single day, with a living reminder of everything he had lost. The boy looked so much like his father, the very man who had tormented Severus through all his school years, the man who had won Lily in the end, the same untidy dark hair, the same easy way of moving through the world. For Severus, who had carried his hatred of that man for decades, it must have been a kind of daily torture to look at the boy and see his old enemy staring back. And so he was cold to the child, harsh, unfair, often. He let his old grief and his old grudge spill over onto a boy who had done nothing to deserve it. But there was the other half of it, the half no one saw, because the boy had something else too. He had his mother's eyes, the same green eyes Severus had looked into by the river all those years ago. And every time the man looked at the child he pretended to despise, he saw her looking back, the woman he had loved, the woman he had failed, the reason he had given his whole broken life to this secret, thankless work. So he protected the boy, quietly, constantly, from the shadows, where no one would ever know, again and again across the years, when danger came for the child, and danger came often, Severus was there, unseen, turning it aside. He saved the boy's life more than once, and made certain the boy never knew it was him. He let himself be hated, let himself be blamed, let himself wear the mask of the cruel and petty teacher, all while doing everything in his power to keep Lily's son alive. Think of what that asks of a person. To protect someone who despises you, to save a life over and over and receive nothing but suspicion and contempt in return. To know that if you simply explained yourself, if you told the boy the truth about his mother, about your vow, about the 1,000 secret things you had done for him, he might understand, might even forgive, and to choose every time to say nothing, because saying anything would put the whole secret at risk, because the mask had to hold, because the work mattered more than being understood, and the work grew more dangerous by the year. The Dark Lord did return, in time, just as they had feared, clawing his way back into the world, gathering his followers, spreading his terror once more. And Severus went back into the lion's mouth. He took his place again among the Dark Lord's servants, playing the loyal follower, feeding information to the side he truly served, lying with every breath to the most dangerous wizard alive. He walked a razor's edge for years. One careless word, one stray thought glimpsed by a master who could see into minds, and it would all be over. He lived under that threat constantly and showed no sign of the strain to anyone. The students saw only the sour teacher. The Dark Lord saw only a faithful servant. The other teachers saw a man they didn't much like and didn't fully trust. Almost no one saw the truth, that this difficult, bitter, friendless man was one of the bravest people in the entire war, carrying more danger and more loneliness than any of them, and doing it entirely without thanks. The old headmaster saw it. He was the one fixed point in Severus's hidden life, the one person who knew what he truly was and trusted him completely. But even that single thread of understanding was about to be taken from him, because the headmaster was nearing the end of his own long story. And before that end came, he would ask Severus for one final thing, the heaviest and most terrible thing he had ever asked of anyone. And Severus, as he always did, would say yes. For her. Always for her. We'll come to that final dreadful promise, and the truth it concealed a little further along. The old headmaster was dying. Not quickly, and not by any ordinary illness, but by a slow, creeping curse he had taken on himself. The result of one of his own quiet sacrifices. He had perhaps a year left, no more, and he knew it. And so, in his careful, far-seeing way, he began to plan for his own end. He came to Severus with a request so heavy it is hard even to speak of. He knew his death was coming, and he asked Severus to be the one to bring it, to strike him down himself when the moment came, not out of cruelty, but out of strategy, because the headmaster's death was going to happen regardless, and if Severus were the one to do it, it would seal his place among the Dark Lord's followers forever. It would make the Dark Lord trust him completely. It would let him keep his cover, keep spying, keep protecting Lily's son, right through to the very end of the war. Imagine being asked that, to kill the one man in all the world who knew the truth about you, the one person who trusted you, who understood your grief, who had given you a reason to keep living, to take the life of your only ally, and to do it in a way that would make everyone who watched believe you were a traitor and a murderer. That would brand you, in the eyes of the boy you had sworn to protect and everyone else, as the lowest kind of villain. To lose, in one act, the last shred of anyone's good opinion, and to carry that hatred to your grave in silence. And Severus said yes. Of course he did. He argued, he resisted, he hated the idea, but in the end he agreed, because it served the cause, because it would protect the boy, because the old man asked it of him. It was, perhaps, the heaviest thing anyone in this whole long story was ever asked to carry, and he carried it. When the moment came, he did it. In front of witnesses, atop a high tower, he struck down the old headmaster, the only friend he had left. And to everyone who saw it, and everyone who heard of it after, Severus Snape became the worst kind of traitor, the murderer of a beloved man, the villain at the heart of the war. The boy he had spent years secretly protecting now hated him beyond all reckoning, certain that Severus was evil to his core. And Severus let them believe it, every bit of it. He took on the role of the great betrayer, played it to the hilt, became the most hated man in the magical world, and said nothing, carried the truth alone, because that was the vow, that was the work. To be despised, to be hunted, to be reviled by the very people he was bleeding to protect, and never once to defend himself. For the next stretch of the war, he lived deeper inside the lie than ever. Placed in a position of power by a triumphant Dark Lord, surrounded by enemies who thought him a monster, and a master who thought him a friend, he kept doing the quiet work, shielding where he could, softening cruelties where he could, guiding the boy toward what he needed, even from the shadows, always hidden, always thankless, always alone. He had given up everything by now, his reputation, his safety, his only friend, any hope of ever being understood or forgiven in his lifetime. He had nothing left at all but the vow itself, the promise made in grief, all those years ago, to protect the son of the woman he loved. And he held to it, right to the end, with a steadiness that almost no one would ever know to admire. But the end was coming now. The final battle was near, and with it would come the moment when, at last, the truth of who Severus Snape really was would finally be revealed. Too late for him, but not too late to matter. The last battle came to the castle on a terrible night, and in the chaos of it, the Dark Lord made a fatal miscalculation about his most loyal servant. The Dark Lord had come to believe that the secret to his own power depended on Severus, that to truly become the master of a certain ancient magic, he had to remove the man he thought stood in his way, and so, coldly, without gratitude, without a second thought for all the years of faithful service, he had Severus killed. The man who had given everything to the Dark Lord's defeat was struck down in the end by the very darkness he had spent his life secretly working to destroy, murdered by the master he had deceived so brilliantly and for so long. But Severus had one last thing to do before he died, and it was the thing his whole secret life had been building toward. As his life slipped away, the boy was there, Lily's son, the child he had protected from the shadows for so many years, who still believed Severus a villain to the very end. And with the last of his strength, Severus gave him something, a gift, his memories, the whole hidden truth of his life, pouring out of him at last, to be carried away, and seen, and finally understood. And when the boy looked into those memories, he saw everything. He saw the lonely child by the river. He saw the red-haired girl, and the love that had lasted a lifetime. He saw the terrible mistake, and the desperate turning, and the vow made in grief. He saw the years of secret protection, the lies told at the risk of death, the friend struck down on the tower for the sake of the cause. He saw that the man he had hated his whole life had, in truth, been protecting him all along, quietly, thanklessly, for love of the mother he had lost. And at the heart of all those memories was one word that explained everything. Years before, the old headmaster had asked Severus how long he intended to keep grieving, how long he would go on protecting the boy, go on suffering, go on loving a woman so many years dead. And Severus had answered with a single word: always. After all the time that had passed, after all the loss and all the loneliness and all the cold years of pretending to be something he wasn't, his love for Lily had never once wavered. It had outlasted her death. It had outlasted his own dignity, his own reputation, his own friends. It had been the secret engine of every brave and terrible thing he ever did. always. That was the truth of Severus Snape. Hidden beneath the black robes and the bitterness all along, he had been, in the end, one of the bravest men in the whole story. Not in the loud, obvious way of heroes, but in the quiet, lonely, unthanked way of someone who does the right thing in secret, expecting nothing, receiving nothing, and doing it anyway. He had spent his life being misjudged, hated by the people he protected, mistrusted by nearly everyone, and he had let them think the worst of him, right to the very end, because the work mattered more than being understood. And though he died believing no one would ever know the truth did come out. The boy he saved carried his memory forward and told the world, in time, what Severus Snape had really been. Not a villain, not a traitor, but one of the bravest men he had ever known. So perhaps, in the end, the lonely boy from Spinner's End got the one thing he had wanted all his life. Not to be loved exactly, that had been taken from him long ago, but to be understood, to be seen finally for who he truly was beneath it all. A flawed, broken, difficult man who made a terrible mistake as a young man, and then spent the rest of his life trying, in the only way he knew how, to make it right. And it all came down to that single word, the word that held a lifetime of love and grief and quiet, hidden courage. The truest thing he ever said, always. And so we leave him there, not as the cold man in black that the world believed in for so long, but as something quieter and truer. A boy who once sat in the long grass by a river, beside the only person who ever understood him. A man who loved and lost and gave everything he had in silence and asked for nothing in return. The rain falls soft against the old castle windows now, the way it always has, and somewhere in the memory of that place, a lonely boy and a red-haired girl are still laughing in the summer grass, where it all began.